Tibbs a little credit though because he did a really nice subtle thing in game five when he took Jalen Brunson. When D. Smith is guarding him, he took him off the ball and ran some stuff, and it really was able to save some energy for him. Sometimes it's just about Tibbs, but they go to another back and he goes back and falls underneath. Look at those guys right there. Those stats tell it all. Hey, the reason why it was a great question because closeout situations talk about championship mentality. You have to put it on like the Knicks do. Nobody's supposed to play harder than you. So it's a great question. It's typically about this is a legitimate question. We are one win away from the NBA Finals and win the championship. You can never let a little outplay. Those are great questions. I honestly disagree with that. I think the question was like the Knicks played with desperation. I think that they had to play with desperation. Just to say they played harder, the question, I don't think it was a fair question. The Knicks played harder because their season was on the brink. Yeah, I would add to that that when I hear people say, oh, they're going to come in and they have to hit them in the face first. You don't think the other team who was in the Eastern Conference Finals, they're coming and going to hit them in the face? You're talking about the two best teams in the Eastern Conference. They both have a championship pedigree. They have a championship
Okay, it didn't. Alright, right on, y'all. Here we are. Let me get that going. What's up, y'all? We are here. Of course, it's time. Game 6, Knicks and Pacers. I don't know why this thing wants to go out of place so much, but whatever. Anyways, what's up, y'all? A&J here. Of course, trying to get shit sorted out so we can do this hangout thing here, and hopefully things are going well for y'all tonight. Yes, I am a little sweaty. Had to work on a couple of things here, if you can or can't tell. Hopefully not too much, but, you know, is what it is. Just try to deal with the discrepancies what best you can, and that's about all there is to that. But anyway, yeah, we're here, like I said, getting ready for Game 6 of Knicks and Pacers. Matter of fact, let me make sure I got what I need for that, so that I'm hearing everything that's going on, and not only that, we can really get things going. But yeah, sorry I had all this going, and let me go ahead and mute myself real quick. Perfect. All right, now moving right along. There we go. Yeah. So, yeah, Game 6, Pacers Knicks, as mentioned. Of course, Game 5, Knicks came through. Actually, gave what maybe you could see that as being perhaps a championship performance on the part of the Knicks. I don't know. I guess it depends on who you ask. Let me do one other thing here. I always forget about this. A little more. Just a bit. Actually, no. We're going to do that. And I'm going to scoot up some. I think that looks a lot better. Thought I had this better situated beforehand, but not quite like I thought I did. But either way, yeah, as I was saying, I mean, it was an awesome performance by the Knicks. Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, who I would have to pull up the stat lines to go over all that right now. But, I mean, if we're being honest here, a lot of people had Cat out with what looked like to be a fairly significant injury. I mean, hell, he was hobbling up, kind of just favoring the shit out of his leg in Game 4, or at least towards the end of it. And, of course, that had a little something to do with the fending off of the comeback that the Knicks were putting on, having actually been down, I think it was 30-something in the first half, and got it to within single digits, I think, late in the fourth. But it's just a little too much Indiana. But Knicks came back in Game 5, actually, you know, gave a complete team effort again. Cat was phenomenal. Jalen Brunson came along. He wasn't as strong throughout, but later as the game got, you know, he started taking over. I believe he's the one they call Captain Clutch, and he showed it for a reason. You saw a bit more out of Mikal Bridges. I want to talk about him here in a bit, especially as we see him going, if he gets going in this game at all. But nonetheless, it's also really intriguing that, you know, Tom Thibodeau actually decided to change things up in terms of how he used his bench. You know, you saw a lot of Precious Achiuwa, Landry Fields. I mean, guys that we haven't seen in a bit. And, you know, from what I could tell last time I checked, both guys are really productive players off of that bench and have been really good over the years wherever they've been. So it's just kind of funny to me that Tibbs is just now getting these guys going. That said, hopefully he keeps that going. I mean, it's not even so much having to use those guys specifically, but just hitting those buttons at the right moments to make sure he's got the game enough in reach to the point to where, you know, if it's, what, maybe 6-7 points with the last 2 or 3 minutes in the game, then obviously anything can happen. And that if nothing else, actually favors the Knicks like a motherfucker. But we're going to find out here as we got tip-off. Of course, you see Cat along with Mitchell Robinson holding down the front court. And, yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Again, potentially the final broadcast of the NBA on Turner Sports. This is likely going to go down a very, very historic night. Certainly one for the books. And, yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Not really sure what my feelings are going to be on that, but, you know, it is what it is. And they got OG Anunoby starting in place of Josh Hart, which is also interesting. A move that Tibbs made back in Game 5. But at any rate, Knicks win the tip. Mikal Bridges controls, and of course Brunson has the ball now with Nesmith guarding him. Of course, Nesmith, having given Brunson problems, didn't give him any problems there as he gets the first bucket of the game. I mean, that I was going to say is going to be significant to watch because that's been what's given Indiana an upper hand without question, is the fact that Nesmith is giving Brunson problems, and then he goes and answers back with a bucket of his own, and we got a tie ball game. So, yeah, this is actually bound to be pretty interesting as we move along through the night. At least if they're trading blows like this, I'd like to think this will be competitive like that to some extent, as Brunson gets another basket off the glass here. Nice little floater going to the hoop. As Pacers are coming back, you got Siakam with the ball in the key. Doesn't get it to go. Anunoby with the rebound, and of course Brunson's bringing it up the floor. One thing I do have to say about this is that personally, before the tip even started, I actually have Indiana winning this and closing out tonight. But I could be wrong, as Miles Turner goes for a three that doesn't go down or stay down. And of course we got a loose ball foul with Brunson hitting the floor pretty good there. Yeah, it's really interesting as they show the graphic. Rick Carlisle, 15 and 8 in closeout games, and we got a turnover and another tie game. Wow, couldn't even get the ball in cleanly after that. So Pacers are actually pressing now, and it's not Nesmith. I forget who this. I think Nembhard, I believe, is that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Nembhard that's guarding them. And yeah, they're pressing New York even heavy in the front court. And now front shot clock's already down to 7. Bridges with an oop to Mitchell Robinson. What a play there. That's a hell of a response for a situation like that by the Knicks. Definitely liking that if you're a Knicks fan. Ooh, Robinson with a block, as I believe that was Nesmith that was trying to get a quick response, but is very abruptly denied. As Brunson kicks out, I think that's Bridges who hits a 3. Wow. Knicks are actually taking a little bit of early control in this one. I don't think they were able to do this in any of the other games in Indianapolis here, but this is really interesting to see to start out so far. Man. All right, Pacers with the ball. They're having a little bit of trouble and nearly forced a turnover. Ball's knocked out of bounds. Will be Pacers ball with 5 seconds to go on the clock. But man, I mean, again, if you're the New York Knicks, this is what you needed. As the shot clock is ticking down, Halliburton gets a long-range shot off, but that does not go down. And Brunson takes a 3. Robinson following up, doesn't get the putback, kicks it back out to Anunoby, and of course the ball goes out of bounds. What I was trying to say here with this is this is really interesting for the fact that, you know, this is the kind of start that I feel like the Knicks needed to have. You see, I don't think they did anywhere near this well in the first 2 games in Indianapolis. Maybe to some degree, this is what they were able to do in game 3, which I believe was the game that they won during that stretch. Of course, Indy ended up winning game 4 as Siakam hits an open 3. And boy, did they need that one. That was definitely very helpful for them, as they're now only down 2 with the score being 9-7 New York. But in all honesty, it's just fascinating as Brunson goes up for a tough shot, tries to get the rebound back, but secured by Nesmith. And Nembhard, looked like he was about to lose it, but kicks it out to Nesmith, and the Pacers take the lead with an open 3. Even with that, again, I'm not sure that the Knicks had as good a start in any of the previous games in Indianapolis that I can recall, and this could be significant, even though they're now down 1 with that Nesmith three-pointer. And now they're pressing the shit out of Brunson again, but I don't think that's really helped them because the Knicks have found ways to respond to that. As Anunoby takes to the hole and actually gets a 2, takes a 1-point lead back for the Knicks. Siakam with a quick response, quick lead back for the Pacers. 12-11 Indiana. Man, yeah, they're just trading blows at this point, and it's going to be interesting to see how this keeps up. Now, Bridges having the ball. Now, that was something I was wanting to talk about before. Mikal Bridges absolutely has to be a factor in this game for the Knicks to win. And if for no other reason, because you already know what you're going to get out of Brunson and Towns. I think Bridges actually has to be that third guy. Because if we're being truthful, looking back on the performance that he had in the 2021 NBA Finals, you know, he's got to be one of the up and rising players in the league right now. And this is the time for him to prove that. As Brunson takes a 3, does not go down. Pacers look to have controlled the rebound, and the ball goes out of bounds to Indiana. Oh no, it's off Indiana. Wow, interesting. And it looks like we're going to get a timeout with Indiana up 15-11. Really incredible start so far from both teams. Both sides are definitely actually putting significant effort towards actually getting control of the game, and nobody's letting up all that much right now, which is definitely what you want to see from either side of it. Definitely a really good start to the action thus far in the night. But yeah, to me, Mikal Bridges has to be the guy tonight. Well, maybe not necessarily the guy, but the guy not named Brunson or Cat, if the Knicks are going to force a Game 7. And in that same vein, obviously, Indiana has to come out equally as strong, maybe even stronger, if they're able to, if they want to be able to close this out tonight. And ideally, I'd like to think that could be the case. I mean, surely, even if New York is able to find a way to do it, there's still a chance they're able to win Game 7, but it's so uphill because now we're in MSG again. And that's going to be the kind of environment that it's going to be really interesting to see how these dudes handle that. They certainly have the depth and the scoring punch to get it done. They're not necessarily great defensively, but interestingly enough, it's actually similar to some of the Chiefs teams that have won Super Bowls in recent years. Their defense, I would consider that to be a super great defense. They're definitely a pretty good defense. I think, obviously, compared to what we got from the Eagles in the Super Bowl, I think it's very evident the night and day difference in that. But the thing about it is that up until this year, the Chiefs were still finding a way to get it done. And the Pacers actually have that intangible to them regardless. So, it's going to be really interesting moving forward to see, if we get a game 7, how Indiana comes out, because that's going to say an awful lot if they're able to win. And honestly, if they're able to do that in that situation, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be really if nothing else, wow. I'm sorry, I'm just listening to this dialogue from the Superman trailer, but anyway, just the fact that you got Lois Lane grilling Superman, but anyway, um, yeah, I kind of figured that'd be the case too, but yeah, to me, I think whether or not Indiana. Oh wow. I guess according to Chuck and Kenny, we going back to New York. But anyway, what I was gonna say is that in a scenario where whether Indiana wins tonight or even on Monday, should that be necessary, um, I would have to say that to me would have them inclined, or have me inclined to pick them to actually beat the Thunder in the finals. I know a lot of people are favoring the Thunder at this point. They got there. I take nothing away from them. I still don't trust them. But if Chet Holmgren can continue the performance that he put on, and I believe that was in Game 5, then yeah, I don't see any reason to believe that the Thunder won't win. But the problem with that is that the Pacers actually have not only the pieces and the depth to beat OKC, I mean, they've got a better coaching staff. Honestly, if I could say, regardless of whoever wins tonight and potentially Monday night for that matter, I don't know. I don't know that I necessarily see OKC winning, if I'm being honest. I don't know that I see OKC winning. I understand them being favored, but they're still a little too inconsistent. And again, unless there's a definitive second and third guy behind Shea, I don't know. But now we got Cat taking a 3 and would have brought the Knicks within 1, but he gets the ball back and actually brings it back within 2. 17-15 Indiana. So, yeah, you still got both teams coming out pretty strong, putting forth a really significant championship caliber effort. And this is about all you could ask for, with Miles Turner getting a strong and one. And I'm thinking that's over Mitchell Robinson. But yeah, Cat taking this 3. Robinson gets the rebound, kicks it out to Brunson for Brunson to get it to Towns for the dunk. But, oh, it's Anunoby that actually got the foul. Wow. So they wound up getting a bad switch on that one. Damn. So now Towns is going to the bench with 4:46 left in the first, and you got Turner looking to complete the 3-play, which he does. Okay, you got someone coming in for Turner. I didn't catch who they said that was. That's going to be interesting to see. I'm thinking it's their big. I'm not sure who that is. I'm going to have to look him up, or maybe we see, as I see Josh Hart is in. He just had the ball, handed it off to Bridges, who gets a really good take, and now the Knicks are within 3. that's another aspect of this that has to. Oh wow, we got a quick turnover, and then the Knicks turn it right back over, and the Pacers are nearly as careless. Get a three, but that doesn't go down. And Bridges is coming down the court 1-on-2, and he slows it down. Is backing down Halliburton, and has a move on him. Is actually catching a double, but ends up giving away a turnover. And comes through with a block on Benedict Mathurin. Wow. Brunson working his magic, trying to get an opening, kicks it out. They're moving the ball around now. And now Brunson takes a shot and hits it over Turner. And ties the ball game. As I see Campaign over there, that's another dude that if Tibbs was actually using him, he could probably change things for the Knicks significantly, because similar to Mikal Bridges, wow, how is that not an offensive foul? Or was? Okay. Anyway, what I was going to say is, yeah, much like Mikal Bridges on that 2021 Phoenix Suns team that went to the finals, Campaign was a huge contributor as a backup for CP3 at the time, who was the starting point guard. And it looks like, I want to say that's who just came in just now, as Brunson's going to the bench with 3:09 left in the quarter. Oh no, that looks like Landry Shamet. Well, they actually have a few new different people in there now, as Mitchell Robinson seems to be anchoring the second team. Yeah, I definitely see Campaign out there. Wow. Halliburton takes a three that does not go down. DeLon Wright. Okay. Wow, I haven't heard that name in some time. DeLon Wright. See, you want to talk about guys that, if you're not sure whether or not they're still in the league, ooh, what a play. Wow, what a feed to Robinson. But yeah, DeLon Wright, I don't remember all the teams that he played for, but I remember seeing him around in the league. It's really interesting because you forget guys like that are in the league, partly because of the fact that they're not getting played like that. And maybe he could have proven himself there if that shot would have went down. But, you know, just really interesting stuff to see. Another guy on New York's bench that a lot of people forgot about, I'm sure this has been talked about, PJ Tucker. Could he come in and possibly be a factor, as he's actually been a reliable defensive player in the past, and has actually been used 2 through 4, if I recall correctly. All right, I think that's Halliburton bringing it in and actually gets it to top, and nice play. Nice play right there. Really good feed. That's just really good basketball by the Pacers there. And now the Knicks are going to call a timeout, and with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break here as well. I'm going to get the BRB sign. But yeah, really good action so far in this first quarter. I think that's about all you want for a win-or-go-home situation. Fittingly, as this, again, potentially the last game on TNT. But anyway, be right back, y'all. All right, I guess it turns out that I came back in time for the quarter to end, so break's gonna go a little bit longer with this. So yeah, just sit tight. Thank you for those of you that are here right now hanging out with me. I'm just gonna take a little bit more of a break for a bit while we're waiting for the game to come back. I'll come back before the commercial break is over, but yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and step away a little bit longer for couple of things I can get taken care of, and I'll be right here once we get to the start of the start of the second. Alright, now we're back. I guess I did miss the start of the second quarter, but hey, let me actually. Oh, God. I hate having to deal with this so much. Okay, there we go, yeah. Just trying to make sure I got my shit set how I want it. Sorry y'all had to kind of witness that, but hopefully as things change, setup will change. All sorts. But anyways, Pacers up 29-27 right now as Josh Hart is actually going to the basket but gets rejected. And now you got Siakam freight training down to the hole but does not actually get the layup. Mathurin tries to follow up, but I think he's fouled. Yep. Now he tries to go up, but Toppin's like, nah, cuh. I used to wear that uniform, but y'all ain't going nowhere. At least not with that shit. And yeah, I mean, that's really pretty much what was going on there. As Mathurin at the line for 2 free throws here. Bear down, Wildcats, by the way. And he makes the first of 2. But yeah, and that's interesting. Games 1 through 3, 3.7 points, 2 for 8, with 7 for 7 shooting from the free throw line. But I believe he was averaging 21 and a half in the following games after that. So yeah. Yeah, they've definitely been putting on some significant pressure on not only the Knicks, but pretty much everybody they've gone against so far in the playoffs. I mean, the Cavs had a lot of problems with this, and that was even before the injuries that took place with a lot of their key players. Oh my goodness. What a putback by OG. Man. But yeah, Knicks now within 2, 31-29 Pacers. But yeah, it was just real wild to see this because, again, like statistically speaking, they're not that good of a defensive team. In fact, a lot of people think that they're pretty bad. I'm not really sure how that's the case with the performances they've been putting on, but nonetheless, you know, if your press is that effective against all these teams, man, that's going to be really interesting. And if they're able to survive this series, be it tonight or Monday night, yeah, I don't know that the Thunder have seen anything like that yet. So, going to be really interesting to see where that goes from there. Nonetheless, Anunoby with the ball takes it in and actually gets it and brings them back within 1. Now, if they get another stop with McConnell bringing it up the floor, bear down again, former Wildcat, but nonetheless, gets it over to Siakam. Siakam actually works it down to the basket, but does not get anything out of it. And now OG taking it to the hole again and gets another bucket to tie the game. Man, and now we got a timeout for the Pacers. I mean, it's kind of feeling like this is what we're going to get with this game tonight. Really back and forth. A lot of just... The only way I know to look at it is just competitive fire that you're seeing out of both Indiana and New York tonight. And I think with the stakes being what they are, I would dare say you would expect nothing less. So hopefully this continues to be as good of a game as it's been to this point. And yeah, we should be in for a good one tonight, regardless of the outcome. That said, though, just shifting gears, for those of you who have been following and actually know me, of course I'm also a wrestling fan. A lot of stuff went down yesterday, particularly WWE actually being on the verge of signing Mariah May, I believe, or I think they signed her. I'm not 100% sure, but as I understand it, pen has been put to paper, and her name is on the dotted line, and plans are actually in the works for Mariah, so we'll see how all that works out. But yeah, I mean, gonna be really interesting to see. It would have been nice to see her stick around with AEW, but I understand why she left, and it's perfectly fine. If anybody's deserving of a shot with WWE, she's certainly it. And I think she'll definitely contribute to that women's division, be it NXT, SmackDown, or even Raw for that matter. Interestingly enough, AEW isn't hurting all that bad about it, as they were able to sign Thekla from Stardom, which between her and another name that I'm forgetting right now, those were two key free agents that were expected to go either way between WWE and AEW. I'm not sure about the other one because I haven't heard as much about that. But to be fair, I haven't kept up with the news as closely as I typically would have in recent times or even in the past. We're going to be getting back to that, of course. Definitely expect some videos here. Not really sure if I'll be doing that a whole lot this week, but certainly in the coming weeks, we'll definitely be getting back into uploads. You'll see more streams like this right here, certainly some gaming streams. As we get more into the summer, waiting for football season to come along. Because, yeah, we'll definitely be doing a lot of live reactions for that. Still a lot of live reactions for a lot of wrestling events. And maybe if there are other things that come along, maybe y'all can let me know if y'all want to see me do a live react. We'll see. But nonetheless, getting right back to the game here, as, yeah, this has just been easily the best game of the series thus far, at least as far as from beginning to end, although we're still a bit of a ways from the end. But man, you know, like I said, I'm just hoping both sides are able to keep this up. And if we are able to get a Game 7, great. If not, I feel like tonight being a last broadcast of NBA basketball on Turner Sports, it's certainly looking to be a memorable one for that alone. As now the Pacers actually have the ball. Oh, that was Nembhard. And there's Neesmith taking a three at the top of the key and hits. And they take a 3-point lead back. And they were definitely needing that with everything that the Knicks have been able to do thus far. Let me go ahead and grab this here. And I need to just keep this up here for the most part. Man, as wow. Yeah, you got some active hands for the Pacers, because I see a lot of balls being poked around on defense from there. So you got to give them credit for that, as OG takes a shot from around the top of the key but does not hit. Pacers are going fast trying to get quick points, but McConnell hits the floor and actually ends up giving the ball up. And Anunoby actually gets the ball back. And somehow that's New York's ball. As Anunoby got the ball from McConnell, he tries to kick it out. Okay, it gets off of Siakam's foot. Wow. Oh, I guess it was his finger. It looked like it was off his foot. But either way, Knicks with the ball. And getting some nice ball movement. Cat has it now, guarded by Siakam. And he's getting doubled. He's looking for someone. There's Anunoby, who takes a three, but it does not go down. Shot clock violation, actually. He did not get it off in time. Very, very unfortunate turn for the Knicks there. I don't think that's something that you want to see if you're a Knicks fan, but I don't think that's necessarily indicative of what they've done so far. And I dare say that you're still going to see better from either side. Now, let's see here. Just take a look here. Ooh. Halliburton with a 3 that goes down, and now Indiana's up 6. Let me see. I'm just trying to get an idea because I don't know all these players all that well for Indiana. And I'm just basing it off of who I've seen in the game so far. Okay, yeah, 2 is Nembhard. Who the hell? I'm just going through all these. Neesmith. Huh. Who was I seeing before? Or am I just getting confused? Oh no. Anyway, yeah, Pacers with a little bit of momentum, up 6 right now, 33 or 39 to 33. Getting back into wrestling, some other things I wanted to talk about here real quick. Oh goodness, really interesting stuff. Especially if you're Vince McMahon. Turns out that there was a word going around that he was looking to buy back WWE. I don't see how that's the case, especially because what he's had to put forth in terms of starting his new company, which we'll talk about here in a moment. But not only that, you can't tell me that he hasn't had to pay a significantly pretty penny for his attorneys in the Janelle Grant case. I mean, there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about that, especially for them to actually have closed the federal trial as quickly as they did. But now John Laurinaitis is actually defecting over to the Janelle Grant side and is just going to snitch Vince out, which is funny. So my question to that, if that's the case, how does that federal case not get reopened? I mean, depending on everything that's presented, and you gotta figure that, Laurinaitis turning on Vince is not good for Vince in the least bit. Now, what really winds up happening from that, I'm never gonna say I know, but oh goodness. But nonetheless, he's starting a new company, of course, which is 14th and I believe is what it's called. I mean, apparently they're an investment firm of some kind where they're going to specialize in buyout deals. I don't know. Like, really interesting to see how all of that works out. I mean, I guess keep your eyes open for that. We'll see how that goes. And hopefully, if you're Vince, Laurinaitis snitching you out doesn't wind up coming back to hurt you in the ways that I think we all know that it absolutely can. But nonetheless, yeah, it was just really, really wild to see that. I mean, what more can you say about that? And of course, we'll talk about some other wrestling stuff along the way, but it's just really wild to see that. Stanley Cup, man. Oh, they got the final on TNT now. Wow. That's crazy. Kylie Jenner, huh? Wow. And then members of the Fever. Caitlin Clark, Luxie Hull, and Caitlin Clark. Man. That shit about Caitlin Clark this week, man. Wow. And, or over the past week or so. And then, of course, the shit with Angel Reese, man. I gotta say, I'm not more of a fan of one or the other, no matter how you slice it up, regardless of what your preference is between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. But just in all honesty, you can't tell me that this whole thing between those two wasn't infinitely one-sided, which is the way I've been putting it this whole time. Because really, if we're being honest, every aspect of that happens, Caitlin Clark basically no-sells the shit out of that, And to me, it's not even like any of the things that are said from Reese or even of any is even concerning Caitlin Clark at all. Like, it just does not matter. Because all Caitlin Clark does is go in there, ball people's lives away, and that's pretty much that. She doesn't she don't give a fuck about any of this extracurricular shit. And yet you got Angel Reese putting all this energy into all this bullshit, and yet it's not only affecting her game but her team. And now, oh man, Cat is on the floor favoring the knee. Ooh, and it looks like you. Okay, so he's basically selling. Yeah, didn't look like he did anything awkward. Ooh, but he did something because he seems to be favoring it. Or again, maybe he's selling. Maybe he's selling. But he's at the free throw line right now. And he gets the first one to go. But yeah. That's going to be really significant right there. If he goes out or loses any bit of his effectiveness, we can pretty much kiss this series and TNT goodbye tonight. And now the Pacer fans are chanting flopper. Nice. Nice. You gotta love it, but he's like, fuck y'all, I made both these free throws. And, of course, Pacers are bringing it back up the floor. Halliburton with the ball actually sees double coverage, but a kick ball by Mikal Bridges. So it's still Pacers ball with 16 on the clock. But, I mean, man. I mean, that's just kind of funny. I don't know, no matter how you slice it up, that's just funny shit. Calling his ass a flopper. And maybe he was in that case, but hey. That's about half the league as it is right now. No, that's Halliburton, but he gets fouled. It looked for a second like McConnell, I guess. Alright, I'm just looking at this dude, Halliburton. Okay, yeah. For whatever reason, I must be mistaken, but for whatever reason, Halliburton looking smaller than I think he actually supposed to. But maybe that's just the way that was. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Bridges committing a foul before they can get the ball in bounds, and now we're going to get one free throw and the ball out of bounds for Indiana. Wow, Halliburton at the line. And of course he hits. It's a 3-point game, 40-37 Indiana. Wow, that's interesting. Oh, he was grabbing the shit out of Halliburton's jersey. Yeah, he made that way too easy. Yeah, it was not a good shot attempt by Turner. Does not go down. Knicks bringing it up the court. Brunson with the ball. And, of course, he's going in. Turner's there to meet him. He kicks it out to Towns, who actually takes the three but does not hit. Anunoby should have actually recovered the ball but didn't. Same could be said by about Halliburton, but, of course, it goes out of bounds and will be Knicks' ball. And really, that would have been New York ball anyway because it looked like Halliburton's foot might have been on that line. Unless he was watching it, but it was pretty damn close. Nonetheless, Knicks inbound. Bridges has the ball, is looking to get it back to Brunson, but is going to do something with it now. Is actually working his way to the hole, kicks out to Anunoby, who does not get the three. And I think we got a loose ball foul on the Pacers? Yep. Yep. Loose ball foul on Miles Turner. That's also a really interesting call, but maybe that was over the back as Turner or Mitchell Robinson actually did have advantage for the rebound. And, of course, now Brunson with the ball right now actually takes a jumper, which does not go down, but ball out of bounds again and back to the Knicks. And, yeah, Reggie Miller's pointing it out very intelligently, because they are allowing Knicks to have these extra possessions, which, in the situation that you're in, trying to close these dudes out, that's a huge no-no. And I don't care who you are, if you're an NBA team on the verge of the NBA Finals, these are no can-dos. As Anunoby takes, or wait, that was Anunoby that took a shot from around the free throw line, actually goes down, brings the Knicks within 40-39 Pacers, and I guess Siakam was fouled. It looks like Town fouls him in the low block. He's already got his fourth. Ooh! If he's got 4 already, that's bad. Well, if he's got 4, Tibbs isn't looking to take him out yet. I do see Anunoby leaving the court, though. Wow. Here, let me double check that. Is that really 4 on Towns? There's no shot, right? Not this early already. Let's get this box score real quick. Alright, you get to shut the fuck up. Wow. 3 on Neesmith. That's not good. Alright, I'm looking at this. Wow. Aaron Neesmith with 3 fouls. That's not good if you're the Pacers. Okay, let's go full box score here. I'm just trying to see this. How does Cat have 4 personal fouls already? But you do have 3 on Neesmith, 2 on Turner, and Halliburton just picked up his first. And Ben Shepherd actually has 2 fouls as well. Oh, no, that's Mathurin with 2 fouls. Excuse me. Yeah, Benedict Mathurin. No, I take that back. That is Ben Shepherd. I am looking at that correctly. So you got Shepherd and Turner with 2 fouls, Neesmith with 3, and, of course, Halliburton just picked up his first. And now Mikal Bridges ties the game. So... man, wow. Oh, wow. That was a not so good pass by Brunson, trying to get it into the post with Anunoby trying to back someone down, but that didn't work out. That turns into quick points for the Pacers, and a little bit too much pushing and shoving between Nembhard and Jalen Brunson. And yeah, I'm pretty sure... oh no, that's his first foul, I think. 8 turnovers, that's pretty wild too. Well, let me see, Nembhard. Okay, so that's only his first personal, but still. Yeah, they basically caught Nembhard because he retaliated. I mean, sure, Brunson might have started it, but dude tried to retaliate. You don't do that in these situations. You should know that. Even if you are a young player. Wow, and then Brunson misses a free throw that would tie the game at 43. Halliburton bringing the ball up the floor right now with Bridges on him, but he kind of loses him a bit. And he kicks it over. Nembhard gets it back. Nembhard with Brunson on him. gets the screen from Turner and actually goes up with it. Actually hits a shot over Brunson. All right, so Pacers up 3 right now. 45-42 is the score. And, of course, Brunson bringing it up. The Pacers aren't pressing as heavy as they were to start the game. And Brunson actually going strong to the hole, but loses it. And Halliburton's got it going the other way and slams it home. Now we got a 5-point game, Pacers. So, as Cat goes for a floater that doesn't go down, if the Knicks can actually overcome all these turnovers they're committing, they're actually in a really good situation. But, yeah, turnovers are absolutely have been a factor. Yet in that same vein, Indiana is making the mistakes that are keeping New York in the game, which is something that you don't want in a closeout situation. Towns dealing with a double, kicking it out to Bridges, and he kicks it over to Anunoby, who's open, pumps fakes for some reason, and ends up getting his shit blocked, but goes in, still doesn't get the basket, but does draw the foul. I mean, you were literally wide open, took a pump fake, waited for the defender to come through just to get your shit blocked. I mean, yeah, you go for a better shot taking it in, and that was Halliburton that blocks it, but he blocks it to where Anunoby's able to get it back. Wait, challenge for what? Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, so Indiana's challenging that. That may go as an offensive foul. I mean, when they come back from commercial, we'll look at the replay. They'll probably even have the call official by that time, but that was wild. I mean, I'd have to see that again. I'm not really sure about that. I mean, the commentary team's saying that it might turn into that, but I don't know if I see that. I don't know if I see that, but we'll find out here in a matter of moments. And, yeah, that's pretty much all there is on that. That being said, man. Still a hell of a game so far. I don't want to say that we're actually in the anxious moments, and here we are. Oh, shit. I didn't see the leg. I didn't see the leg. Wow. That's almost a low blow right there. He really did lead with that leg. I didn't see that. Not right at first glance, but wow. And it ran up into that area. Like, it was definitely below the belt, but ooh. Okay, that's closer than you want that to be. Ooh. 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 Damn. Ooh. Ooh. Damn. Yeah, that's a little closer to that below the belt area than you want that to be. Apologies for the spit there. Normal shooting motion. Interesting. Wow, and Siakam's arguing the shit out of that right now. And I don't blame him. I mean, the knee was up, but I guess because the ball was going up to... Yeah, I don't know about that. Looking at it now, I don't know about that. Refs might be helping the Knicks out a bit here. Refs might be helping them out. which I gotta say that's gonna be wild if that's the factor in forcing a Game 7, which if that's the case, live Monday night, I'm gonna say probably around 5 Mountain Time, 7 Eastern. We'll see about that, but that's just if we get a Game 7. I'm not gonna go live because Raw's on Netflix. I don't do those live reactions at all. I will be live for Saturday with Money in the Bank and, of course, Worlds Collide and everything going on that night. But yeah, that's about it. And of course, Pacers get another score to bring it back to 5. Brunson's quickly back up the front court and is actually going real strong to the hole. Kicks it out to Bridges for a 3, and Bridges hits. So it turns out that it was a 2. His foot must have been on the line, but the Pacers respond quickly with a Siakam finish. And the game is 5 points again in favor of Indiana. Yeah, someone should have been back. Like, they should have seen that dude was working the outlet. They needed to get back for that. And nobody did, but Bridges responds with a layup as Town finds him going to the hole. Now the Knicks actually get back quickly, so no quick buckets for Indiana. And, ooh, a near turnover right there. Nembhard takes a shot at the free throw line. It does not go down. They get an offensive board. Nembhard is open for 3. That doesn't go down. And, of course, Cat comes down with the rebound. Bridges has the ball, bringing it up the floor with 1:33 left in the first half. And the Pacers are up 3 right now. Brunson's got the ball and is sort of backing down Nembhard, but takes a shot, and that goes down. We got a 1-point game, 51-50 Pacers. Wow. Wow. I mean, this really does have the makings of what feels like is going to be a really, really crazy game. As Siakam draws a foul on Mitchell Robinson here. I'm thinking, oh, I guess that is shooting. I don't know if they were already in the penalty. Yeah. It's been, yeah, I was going to say, Neesmith being the bigger body has given Brunson problems, but they have since switched to Nembhard on Brunson, and of course, Nembhard's definitely putting up a fight, but Brunson's just going to get his no matter what from the looks of it. As Siakam hits the first of 2, we got 52-50. And man, Underdog is hugging the hell out of Shaq up there. Maybe he knows something. I mean, maybe it is going to be the last night. Who knows? And as Siakam's about to take his second free throw, he sends the ball back to the ref. All right, now he's going to take the shot here. And man, they're getting real handsy outside the three-point line between 2 Knicks and I believe that's Nembhard. And Siakam hits the second free throw, bringing it back to 3. Bridges bringing the ball up again. Oh, wow. Somebody falls. Anunoby's going to the hole. Finds Cat, and he gets the basket. Brings it back to a 1-point game. Wow. Kind of a very wild sequence there, and the Pacers almost turn it over. Wow. Ooh, okay. He took a shot to the face. Right, I think he was fishing for a call, but man. I think that kind of proves the point. I mean, as funny as it was here in the crowd, ooh, 3 by Turner. But even as funny as it was hearing the crowd go after Cat earlier for flopping, they got some floppers on the Pacers too. Let's just be real about that. But anyway, Pacers up 4 again as, again, Turner hits that 3 to go up 4, and Brunson, quick to the hole, dishes it over to Robinson, but it's not a clean pass. Turnover. Siakam with the fast break layup, and the Pacers are now up 52-58 with 6 seconds left in the half. and Brunson's bringing it up, gets it over to Anunoby. He takes a shot at the buzzer, and it hits. Anunoby at the buzzer brings it back within 4 as the Pacers go into the half up 4 points. Woo boy, man! If this continues, this is going down to the wire one way or another. This has actually been a really good back and forth battle, and again, with the stakes as high as they are, you can't ask for more. You cannot ask for more than this right now. Man, phenomenal stuff from both sides. Anyway, yep, halftime again, 58-54, so we're going to go into a bit of an intermission. I'll probably come back in along the way just to check up with y'all and everything, but yeah, I'll be gone a lot of the way until we're back into the second half. So yeah, Pacers up 58-54 right now. Man, this is getting to be quite a classic. I'm gonna have to work on some things here. Gonna work on getting some videos going so that when I do this, y'all aren't left with a "be right back" screen. Yeah, so maybe I do that and I set that up for y'all here. But for right now, gonna step off and be back in a bit. right, well, I guess we're back already. I didn't realize halftime went by that quickly. I didn't think I was away that long, but nonetheless, away we go for the second half. As the Pacers are actually having the ball, Halliburton actually with it on the far side of the court, actually driving it more to the top of the key and kicks it over to Siakam, and he hits a three. Wow. Okay, it's coming out a little stronger. Wow. Okay, I didn't realize that's Robinson's guarding Siakam as Bridges blows the layup, and a three goes well short after I guess it was on Anunoby that came through with the Stinger Splash style block. And of course the Knicks have the ball back, down 7. Brunson with it. Kicks it over to Towns. Towns brings it to the hole, draws the foul, but does not get the basket. Ooh. And now Turner's doubled over. And it looks like he caught it and... Oh, wow. Anunoby got a really good block on that shot. Nice. And then, oh, damn. Oh, man. A good knee on the way up the uprights. Man, God, that couldn't have felt good. I mean, I gotta imagine these dudes gotta be wearing cups and shit, but man, oh, God. Yeah, no. Jeez. Anyway, Town at the free throw line. Pretty much similar to what happened with Anunoby and Siakam earlier in the closing moments of the second half, rather. And Towns misses that first free throw. I mean, whether... yeah. Yeah, I gotta say, it does kind of feel like refs are helping the Knicks out. Towns hits... No, he misses both free throws. Wow. Damn. I guess ball don't lie there as they get a quick 3 up. That's Neesmith there. Yep, now we got a 10-point game all of a sudden. Cat trying to take it in on Siakam, but ball goes out of bounds, and now it's Pacers ball. Ooh, this ain't good, New York. What's going on? This is not good. I thought, oh man, that, I don't know how that didn't go down by Halliburton. But yeah, these are not the things you need if you're the New York Knicks. And of course, Bridges kicks out to Anunoby, does not get the 3. Robinson, I think, gets the offensive rebound and is fouled. Yep, okay. I mean... yeah, Mitchell Robinson's definitely keeping a minute. Never mind what the refs are doing. The work he's doing on these boards and defensively, you couldn't ask for more. Again, I know I've been saying that all cliche-like all night, but, I mean, he's definitely been huge tonight. And Anunoby goes in but gets blocked. I'm thinking that was by Siakam. And maybe not, because he's quickly there to score and gets the N1 on Bridges. Wow. Hold on, yeah, let's get this whole sequence on replay. Oh no, that was Thomas Bryant blocking Anunoby. And of course, Siakam's quickly down the floor, gets fouled by Bridges, and gets the N1. Wow. And hold on, is that a big lineup? Because that would be Thomas Bryant, Miles Turner, and Pascal Siakam, who are all at least 6'10", which is really interesting. And it makes an awful lot of sense. They've got bigs of their own, you know, use what size you got to your advantage. Wow. That is interesting. Huh. At least I think that's the lineup I see. We'll see here again in a moment or two. But man, if they're running a big lineup like that, that... So, oh, F1 the movie. Okay. All right, that looks to be interesting. I mean, man, just really wild stuff that we're seeing tonight here, and man, like I said, this ought to be good going down the stretch, but if the Knicks are able to keep it within 10 throughout, this very much works in their favor, and they have a really, really good shot of forcing a Game 7, and they probably do in that case. But, man, interesting stuff. Was some stuff I was wanting to talk about earlier. I know I was going to talk some more wrestling stuff. Excuse me. I guess, man, maybe I figure out how to get that more out of the camera. But, a lot of really interesting stuff that happened. Not even just the Mariah May stuff, Vince McMahon, and all that shit. We got call-ups, man. And it was real interesting because, of course, last week we had, what was it? God, why do I struggle with names? It was JC Jane of Fatal Attraction taking on Stephanie Vacour and actually defeated Vacour for the NXT Women's Championship. And now you got JC Jane as the new NXT Women's Champion, and I gotta say, I'm probably a bigger fan than a lot of people seem to be of this. I feel like JC deserves it. At least the opportunity to prove herself as a champion. Now, is that going to be a long-term thing? Maybe, maybe not. But I think we're going to find out what value JC Jane really brings to the table here in the coming weeks. But it's going to be interesting to see who actually ends up taking the title off her now. Stephanie Vacour going to Monday Night Raw. Julia just went to SmackDown. Roxanne Perez also on Monday Night Raw. Jordynne Grace going to SmackDown. Interestingly enough, another person losing their title last week, or this past Tuesday rather, is Ricky Saints, having lost the North American title to Ethan Page. Seems he's going to Monday Night Raw. I just found that out today. I mean, how crazy is that shit? Ricky Saints, formerly known as Ricky Starks in AEW and NWA and other places, is actually going to be on Monday Night Raw. I mean, I gotta say, this is really interesting, but we'll go back more into that. Now we're back into the game as Pacers are actually now up 13. Ooh, boy. Although, as long as the Knicks don't let it balloon too much more than this, as Bridges keeps it at 11, or gets it back to 11 rather, yeah, as long as they're keeping in that distance. Ooh, quick turnover by Halliburton, though. Wow, yeah, Bridges was on that. See, that's the thing about Mikal. Ooh, goodness, nice lob to Mitchell Robinson. Feed that man, reward him for his hard work tonight. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, those are things you need if you're New York. But more than anything else, wow, I think they do got a big lineup out there. I'm not sure. Or maybe not. See, I'm trying to get a look here. Okay, no, because I see Nembhard out there. And yeah, there's Neesmith, there's Halliburton, there's Siakam. I'm not sure who their fifth. I think that's Thomas Bryant. Okay, and then Brunson actually hits, I think that was a 3, yeah, because now it's 8. Wow. Or, yeah, now it's an 8-point game, as it was 11. Wow. Knicks are coming through with more defensive intensity, and it's actually paying off as the ball bricks off the rim, goes out of bounds, New York ball. But, yeah. Brunson coming through with a quick-ass 3 out of nowhere. Towns looking like he's working on Siakam here. And gets the and one strong on Siakam. Oh, it's an offensive foul. So Indiana gets the call this time. Oh, okay, yeah, hooking. Okay, I didn't notice that right off. Yeah, very easy call. Very easy call. And that doesn't do New York any favors, but they're still within single digits. And of course, now, ooh. Is that Thomas Bryant hitting the three? Wow. Let me talk a little bit about Thomas Bryant to y'all real quick. This dude was signed by the Miami Heat right after they lost to the Denver Nuggets in the NBA Finals 2022. Yeah, 2022. 2023 was Boston, and they were the reigning defending champions that was eliminated by the Knicks, as we see them here tonight. But here's what's wild to me about seeing that from Thomas Bryant. I feel like that's been in his game the entire time, especially when Miami signed him. And this is where I gotta throw a little bit of shade on Miami here, as New York actually commits a stupid turnover. Halliburton kicks over to Nembhard? Yeah, I believe that was Nembhard. Yep. Nembhard with the 3, and the Pacers are back up 12. But this is something that's really grinded my gears about the Miami Heat, especially given the fact that I've been an admitted Jimmy Butler fan pretty much for the majority of his career. Still am, actually, for the most part, I will acknowledge. But I don't take my fandom with that as seriously as I once did. And if for no other reason, it's just because I want to see him get there and do it. And hopefully the Warriors will will have enough what they need around him and Curry going into next season, as the Pacers bring us to 15. But if I'm just being perfectly honest, it's kind of wild, and I've actually had quite a few conversations with my uncle about this, as I've probably mentioned before in previous videos and so forth. But something he said to me which was really interesting: these coaches are so sure of what they do that they will cling to their methods no matter what. Like in terms of their rotations, whatever adjustments they're making or not making, like all that sort of shit. And yet, I gotta say, I've been as critical of anyone as Tom Thibodeau, again, especially for the fact that he had Jimmy Butler as a part of his personnel twice, once in Chicago and in Minnesota. And of course, the thing with him in Chicago is that he just handled personnel so foolishly that it was just no wonder that they weren't able to overcome LeBron and the Cavs at that point, or even if it was LeBron and the Heat when he was still down in Miami. But he's starting to show a lot of things that I wish he would have done back then, now in this series. Hopefully for their sake, for New York's sake, it actually works out for them, and they can overcome the storm that Indiana's been putting on to get themselves to 15. But yeah, this is where I am a little baffled with Eric Spoelstra, because you had him, and you had actually a fairly capable team behind Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. You know, I definitely like Tyler Hero. Max Strus was definitely pretty good, especially when they were in the bubble. I mean, honestly, if the rest of the crew were giving what they probably could have in that series, I don't take anything away from the Lakers and what they accomplished and what they had actually put out on the floor, regardless of whether it was the bubble or not. But to me, I feel like just certain adjustments on Spoelstra's part, I don't see a scenario where Miami doesn't at least bring it to the brink of a game 7 down to the wire, and it's just literally the best team that wins at that point. But they relied heavily on Jimmy Butler. He gave them some incredible 40-point performances, not only them, but throughout the playoffs. And of course, ends up a couple of years later, puts up the same kind of effort to get the Heat into the finals, overmatched ultimately by the eventual champion in our hometown Nuggets out here in Denver. But just certain things that could have done. And a great example of that, Thomas Bryant is hitting these threes. You're telling me Spoelstra didn't have the wherewithal to actually consider that? I mean, am I missing something? Anyway, Anunoby with an open 3 and brings it back to 12, but I don't know. I just think about that, and that shit trips me out because, this man Jimmy Butler over here getting shorted by just questionable coaching. And the Knicks force another quick turnover. Bridges brings it up, sort of a Euro step for 2. And now we got a 10-point game. Wow. Oop up to Thomas Bryant. Doesn't complete it. I'm not sure how he didn't get a foul call. Refs are definitely helping the Knicks out. Refs are definitely helping the Knicks as Brunson feeds Towns for a dunk. And it's now an 8-point game. Timeout Pacers. Wow. A minute 10 and we got an 8-point game after the Pacers stretched it to 15. See, wow. If this keeps up, this is not good for the Pacers because the Knicks are just going to be within sniffing range, and that's literally all they fucking need. That's not good if you're Indiana. I'm sorry, that's not good. I don't care what you've been doing. I don't care how deep your bench is. I don't give a fuck how good your scoring has looked. You don't let shit like this fucking happen. Ready or not, instrumental? Okay. Mass Mutual, alright. Nice. I gotta work on some things to keep shit more off camera. Matter of fact, let's see. So I want to see if I can't get up a little closer here. Alright, now, Knicks already with the ball back. Man. Screen for Robinson. Brunson for 3. Doesn't quite get it. Anunoby with a rebound, and woo, they almost gave it back up, though. Oh, my goodness. Wow, okay, we're living a little dangerously here in New York. Carl Cat goes up strong, draws the foul, but man. That's at least 3 near turnovers on 1 possession. Man. Wow. Yeah, Toppin probably should have drew that charge. And it would help because I think Cat has 2 fouls right now. And the quicker you can draw fouls on him, the better. Especially if you want to close these dudes out. 11 points, already got a double-double with 2 assists. Wow. And I seen fucking Mitchell Robinson here snatching rebounds. If Cat has 10 rebounds, hold up. Mitchell Robinson absolutely has to have at least 10 himself. Let's see. Mitchell Robinson rebounds. He's got 9. Somehow 9 rebounds. 5 offensive, 4 defensive. So he'll have 10 in time. But either way, as Cat misses the second free throw, but we still got a 7-point game. And Halliburton misses a 3. And here come the Knicks. Bridges has the ball. Oh, wow, but he loses it. And the Knicks turn it over. And we got fast break points for Nesmith. And now we got a 9-point game once again in favor of the Pacers. Yeah, Knicks are being a little, see, they're being just a bit careless, and they're trying to force it even more so with the press. Hold up, who the hell is, is that right? Yeah, I don't know about that shot. Ooh, but the Knicks... Yeah, they actually avoided the foul and knocked the ball out of bounds. Still Pacers ball. Wow. Yeah, the Knicks need to be way more careful with the ball. They've already got, I think, 11 turnovers at this point, maybe 12. And that's the only reason that they're down at this point. Otherwise, you got Mitchell Robinson over here going after rebounds like a freaking maniac. And the big that he should be being. And, yeah, Thomas Bryant. See, look at what this dude is doing right now. Yeah, 2 3-point shots in short order. How did Miami not see this in this dude? Like, that would have changed a lot of things for the Heat. Oh, either way, nonetheless, Indy back up 11 now. Hart's bringing it up the floor. Haven't seen a whole lot of Josh Hart tonight. And it seems like it's for good reason, because it's not like he's done a whole lot. Ooh, wow. Nembhard all on Brunson. And it seems to still be Knicks' ball. And... it seemed like Brunson was favoring his leg a bit, but I guess he's good now. TJ McConnell in for Halliburton. Yeah, so now we got a smaller backcourt, and Brunson almost gets an easy layup, kicks it out. Oh, but we already got a whistle. Did Brunson draw the foul? Oh, yeah, he drew the foul. Oh, caught a finger to the eye from McConnell. But it seems to be good. Non-shooting foul, so out of bounds for the Knicks. 14 seconds on the shot clock. And they're struggling to get it in. They get it into Robinson and, of course, gets it back to... I think that was Bridges, but he ends up turning it over. Damn. Wow. Oh, man. See, you can't have this if you're trying to get this win. You gotta be so much more careful with the ball. McConnell for 3, and he hits. Game is back to 14 points. But that's just it right there. You set up shit like that because you're just not taking care of the fucking ball. I'm telling you, they cut the turnovers probably in half. We got a completely different game. And Brunson does not get the floater to go. Siakam looks like he's taking the 3, goes in, kicks it to Nembhard, gets it back, and is working on it, is inside the key and hits a jumper. Man. New York really needs to figure out this ball control thing because they're literally getting sunk if they don't. I mean, you cannot afford to turn the ball over as much as you have. As what the fuck was that with Josh Hart? Get his ass out the game right now. I mean, you're getting Anunoby some rest, I understand that. Get somebody else in there. He ain't hitting shots for shit. Wow. Oh, wow. So much ball movement by the Pacers. But they don't get the three to go down. And now Hart got the ball. He's taking it like he actually gets a basket. Yeah, gets an and one. Wow. If he actually gets going off of this, look out, Indiana. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, let me make sure something. Okay, yeah, we're all good. Yeah, wow. Don't let this dude Josh Hart actually start doing some shit, because, woo, man, that's trouble for Indy if that's the case. Wow. Doesn't get the free throw to go, though. And now they're trying to control some clock here. McConnell's got the ball. Top of the right wing. Gets it over to Siakam. And 6 on the clock. I think he's trying to do something. Takes a shot that does not go in. But the Pacers get the offensive board. Okay. Now they're going to work a little bit more clock, as they should, with 1:30. And McConnell going to the basket, doesn't really do anything, kicks it out, and rebound Knicks. And it's McBride. Okay, I didn't realize that's who that was. Oh, wow, and he tries to go, gets rejected, but I think he draws a foul. Oh, no, okay, just a clean block. Oh, okay, so he did draw the foul. I couldn't tell. Okay, Neesmith with 4. That's critical. That is a critical 4th on Neesmith. That is very critical on Neesmith. Because if he fucks around, unless they bring him out right here, okay, they do, yes. So, yeah. Now, even if you bring him in, like, if you're able to keep this lead and you bring him in, say, about, I'd say 8-9 minutes to go, he's still in danger of catching a couple of quick fouls, and that's pretty much it. And that's your big defender that has been causing Jalen Brunson some problems, and he's free to wreak havoc as he sees fit. As Pacers now with the ball, Siakam kicks it over, but it's a turnover. And New York's bringing it up the floor. McBride for 3, and he hits! And he's fouled! Wait. No, he was on the line. Wow. Oh my God, not another turnover. Hold on. Wait, really? Hold on, wait. I can't tell. Huh. Well, anyway, yeah, still, you don't want to turn over like that if you're a Knicks. You committed way too many of those. I mean, it's a miracle that you've kept within 12. And this might be 15 right here. And it is. I mean, it's a miracle that it's only been as bad as 15. As, wow. Hart goes hard, but draws a foul, and he's down. He's probably milking this shit. Oh, no, he really... Ooh, he caught that real good across the face. Yeah. Ooh, damn. Oh. Damn. It might be a flagrant one. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's just a good hard playoff foul. I think it's just 2 free throws for Hart. Okay, so they're going to review it now. I don't know. That looks like just a regular foul to me. Even for as good as he caught him. But I gotta say this, and I've been saying this quite a bit in the last little bit. Refs are helping the Knicks out. They, in part, are keeping the Knicks in this game. And if this turns into a flagrant, you can't tell me that ain't the case. Reggie's saying it could be. I can see where it could be. I still think if it is, the refs are helping out the Knicks a lot. Refs are helping the Knicks to no end. Yeah, he does brace himself by holding the rim, but I mean, oh no. Yeah, that kind of changes a lot right there. 2 and the ball, I mean, and you're 30.1 seconds left literally in the third quarter. That's, uh-oh. Okay, so non-flagrant, Hart will shoot 2 free throws, so yeah. Common foul, yeah. That I have to agree with. I do have to agree with that. That is the correct call. That is absolutely the correct call on that part, on that play. Especially because, you know, I mean, Toppin hits him, but his follow through isn't so like, I think he would have hit the floor a lot harder if he really clocked him in that way. But Hart's going to get his 2 free throws now. And you got Obi Toppin chants all throughout the building from the Pacers fans, and understandably so. I mean, they gonna support their boy as Josh Hart hits the first. Now he's gonna go for the second one, and he hits that as well. So, 13-point game. Indiana's up, but one-man press with McBride almost kind of forces a turnover and ends up forcing it. Now the shot clock is off, and unclean lob does not go any. Wow, how do you fuck that up? I mean, at least but Halliburton with the dunk. 9.3 to go. Oh my God, how do you fuck that up? That's unbelievable. Hart for 3 over Siakam, doesn't come close. That's the third quarter. How do you fuck that last sequence up if you're the Knicks? I don't get it. I don't get it. You force a hell of a turnover, and you just end up doing too much. Give the ball back. Might as well have been a turnover, because the game's now 15 points. I don't know. I guess we'll see what adjustments Tibbs is able to make between quarters. Oh, God. I hate seeing that in those situations. You're obviously fighting your way back into the game and trying to force a Game 7, but you're doing shit like this. Oh, man. New York really deserves to lose, but again, there are things that are keeping them in it. 15 points going into the fourth really is not that big of a lead. I know this because I have very, very vivid memories of the 17-point lead the Trailblazers gave up on the 92 champion Bulls that wound up ending up clinching the series that very night. But anyway, yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna step away real quick. I'll BRB. Alright, for once I actually made it back before the commercial break is over. I mean, kind of gives you a little bit of an advantage when you have as much time as you do between quarters, but hey, work with what you got, right? I mean, that's kind of what I've been doing here, and that's what I do on the regular here at here with A&J Network. Rebranding coming at some point, not really sure when. I'll probably just go ahead and get that out the way here soon. I haven't really come to make a decision on that just yet, but just trying to hold off on that till I start building things up and ultimately get to where I'm in position to apply for partner, and that way I'd be good to make that change then, but who knows? We'll see what happens. I mean, time can only tell. Apple TV seems to come through with some interesting stuff, but I don't know. Maybe one day I'll get into it. Oh, wow. Uh-oh, we got an injury. Okay, so I guess I missed... Damn, how do I do that? Oh, well. Anyways, well, still within a minute of the start of the first or the fourth quarter, but we got an injury for the Pacers. I didn't quite catch the name, but never good to see that, especially in a situation where you're trying to finish out a series. Hopefully he'll be all right. Wow, and Knicks coming out tough again, forcing a turnover. Wow, I think that... Okay, yeah, that was Landry Shamet bringing the ball up, which that's actually something he is good at. So good move having him in the game as he's working the baseline, kicks it out. And I think that was Achua, but he misses. Was that Hart? Wow. He got an offensive rebound, couldn't finish it. Towns had it, but I guess turned it over to the Pacers, so there goes that again. Siakam's got the ball and, oh wow, forcing a turnover. I mean, if nothing, oh, that's an off. Oh, wow. Did he just get the and one? Wait a minute. He got the continuation? Wow. And I'm pretty sure Neesmith has 4. Wow. He actually drew the foul with that. And now the Knicks are within 9. Didn't get the free throw. Could have been within 8, but still single digits. Man. That's interesting. And they blow the layup. Wow, Toppin blew the layup and kicks it out to Achua. Achua for 3, doesn't get it. Pacers with the rebound, kicks it over to a cherry-picking Obi Toppin, and he's fouled, doesn't get the layup, but... Huh. Right, they're not keeping up with those outlets very well. It's 2 things that are causing the Knicks problems is turnovers and these outlet passes where they're just getting them with that shit. Like, the Pacers are just getting the Knicks with that shit. And Toppin hits the first free throw to put it at 10 now. It's going to go for the second one, but yeah, like, turnovers and outlets, regardless of whether that's been off turnovers or rebounds, or even out of bounds plays, like in response to scoring. It's just, you got to be able to get stops, and the thing about that is you got to get guys back down the floor quick, and the Knicks can't afford to have that continue to be a thing. I mean, they're still within 11 right now, but just things you can't have, and they keep allowing it to happen. Shamet with a 3 that doesn't go in. Pacers are bringing it back up. Toppin with a head of steam. Kicks it out. McConnell takes a three, and he doesn't hit. Rebound, I'm thinking that was Towns. Yeah, that's Cat right there. Brunson's got the ball, bringing it up, and gets it over to Towns. Towns is actually going to the hole. Draws a foul. Wow. And now that's Neesmith? Ooh, Neesmith favoring the knee. Oh, but he gets up. He looks like he'll probably be good. Oh, they definitely ding knees there. Wow. Yeah, that looks like that hurts. That looks like that hurts. Oh, they don't have the challenge. That's right. Because they had the call from earlier that would be offensive foul on Anunoby. Wow. As Towns hits the first free throw, that's huge. That's huge going down the stretch. And now the Knicks are getting it back to 10 with this free throw. Probably 9 if Cat hits his free throw. Yeah, he's still kind of favoring that knee. He looks like he'll be good to come back in, but yeah, that can't feel too good right now. Oh, and he misses it. So just a 10-point game. And yeah, that's Neesmith's 5th foul. I almost forgot about that part. So that's huge on a bunch of levels. And at this point, I don't think you bring him in before really as early as 6 minutes. I'd go about 5 or 4 minutes if you can. Especially if you can keep making these shots like this. Like, if you can keep him out for about another 4 to 5 minutes, you're in good shape if you're Indiana. But let's see what they do as Brunson actually draws a foul here on Nembhard. Which he actually gets a nice shot on the play right before that. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on with these two. And wow, Nembhard forces a turnover and gets the layup. Yeah. Advantage Pacers at this point. It's not looking so good for the Knicks. I mean, again, too many turnovers. This is not what they needed to have happen. But give it to New York. They've been resilient, and they have cut leads down as Cat gets the bucket going hard to the basket. Doesn't draw the foul, however. Ooh! Anunoby with a near steal. As I think that's Bridges that's coming back into the game. Yeah, that was pretty good. They had both Halliburton and Nembhard on there. And Brunson with a slight headbutt, but the refs don't say nothing. Wow. There was a choke slam? Wow. I wish I was paying attention. A choke slam. I never thought I'd hear that in NBA coverage, but okay. Wow. A choke slam. Oh, man. Nice little floater by Halliburton. As the Pacers are now up 14. I mean, wow. As Brunson, quick with a response, keeps it at 12, or brings it back to 12, but wow. Obi Toppin with a quick response. I mean, see, I was just going to say, if New York could find a way to stop that shit, but they're literally not doing it. Either made baskets, turnovers, or rebounds, but they keep killing the Knicks with it as they turn it over with an offensive foul. Wow. Yeah, Pacers might be in trouble at this point as they're down 14 with getting to under 7 minutes to go in the game. I mean, wow. Halliburton going to the hole, kicks it over to Turner, and he gets the bucket. Yeah, this might be it. I'm feeling like this is it, and this is going to be the send-off for Turner. I mean, man, but let's see what the Knicks do. It's just, can they get stops and quit turning the fucking ball over? Cat draws a foul on Turner, though. Although it looks like he's playing really good defense there, but all the same, still gets called. Oh, and that's 5 on Turner. Wow. Okay, I guess he did have 3 in the first half, but wow, how did he get the... Wow. Okay, that helps New York. Wow, and missed free throws. That's another issue for the Knicks. You can't win shit with all these missed free throws. Wow. I mean, for as much as the Knicks are fighting in this, they're sure giving it away at the same time. Cat going for the second free throw here. And it's good. So, 14-point game, Indiana. 104-90 right now. Halliburton bringing the ball up with Bridges on him. And, of course, he's D'ing him up real good. Gets the screen from Toppin. Gets the floater, and wow. That was really good screen work by Obi Toppin there. So Knicks are still failing to get stops. Brunson getting a quick response bucket, but now they got to get back quick, which they do. And they got to get stops. They got to start getting stops again. Otherwise, this is going to be over here in short order. And yeah, there it is. Halliburton with another layup. Ooh, wow. Towns with a long, ill-advised 3. Toppin with the second chance. And I'm thinking that was Towns with the putback. Definitely needed that, but now can they get a stop? Yeah, they need to get stops. They can't keep trading buckets here as they let Siakam go, but he only draws a foul. I mean, there's just no way you can expect New York to find a way to come back in this if they're going to continue to allow baskets and actually foul them so that they can go to the free throw line. I mean, it does stop the clock, but at the same time, yeah, like Reggie just said, you risk giving up an and one as Mitchell Robinson subs in for Cat. I mean, yeah, you definitely need defense here. They got to get stops. They almost force a turnover there. And Siakam for 3, that doesn't go. See, there's a... Oh, wow, but they foul. Loose ball foul on the Knicks. That's on Brunson from the looks of it. Yeah, it's on Brunson. Ugh. Man. Yeah, they're at 108. Ooh. Kicks it out. Ooh, that was almost a travel by Bryant. Halliburton with another floater, and it's good. Yep, 110. According to Reggie Miller, that's probably GG's. I mean, less than 5 to go, but God. Oh, man, another near turnover. Brunson for 3. Doesn't get it. Yeah, it's starting to feel like it's over. It's starting to feel like it's over. Ooh, good block, though. But Pacers still got the ball. Nembhard for 3, and he hits. I think this is over. I'm starting to think this is over with perfectly 4:20 left in the game. Timeout, Knicks. Yeah, this don't look good. This don't look good. We'll be back. only up or within a. Oh wait, no. I'm mistaken. That's only it's only 16 that they cut it to, but still. Wow. Toppin just flushing it on folks. Letting them know we going to the finals. Man. Okay. Alright, so Siakam's at the free throw line. 3:24 to go. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is it. It's starting to be it at this point. Ooh, but if Pacers start missing free throws, ooh, I don't know. I don't know all of a sudden. Siakam going for the second free throw. Wow, 11 deep, yeah. That's going to matter against OKC. 11 deep. I mean, that's the kind of thing to where if OKC ain't careful, they're going to just get trounced. As Brunson goes for a three, doesn't hit. Yeah, I think this is it. This is literally the final night of NBA coverage for Turner Sports. Ooh, but we got a turnover. They luckily managed to maintain possession, but wow. You can tell they feel it as they're showing Caitlin Clark in the crowd. It's just, it's got to be it at this point. I mean, see, near turnover. Bridges for three, though, but doesn't get it, yeah. They're not making enough shots, not getting enough stops, committed too many turnovers, missed way too many free throws. Yeah, no reason for them to find a way to come back at this point as Halliburton lobbing it up to Toppin. Man. It might be time to just start clearing the benches. And somehow Cat draws a foul there. I think it's time to empty the benches, though. Oh, it's a turnover? Yeah, empty the benches. This is good night. And goodbye, it's wow. I mean, for about 3/4 or so, the Knicks were doing pretty damn good, but they just didn't manage to have enough in the tank, and now the Pacers are literally 2 minutes away from the NBA Finals. Ah, jeez. Another block by the Pacers. Ooh. Siakam with a bucket. Oh, but only draws a foul. Wow, what a block by Toppin. That was just really good. Siakam, I don't know how he didn't stuff that other than the fact that he still should have stuffed that, I think. Either way, he's still going to the line for two to put this to 20, maybe 21. Yep. Tibbs is emptying the bench. This is it. We have seen the final broadcast, or we are witnessing the final broadcast of NBA basketball on Turner Sports. This is a little bit bittersweet for me, y'all. I gotta say, I didn't ever believe I would ever see this day. It's actually rather surreal right now at this particular point, but it is what it is. Next season, we're going to have NBA on, of course, obviously, ESPN, ABC, NBC, and I believe Amazon is also going to carry some games as well, much like they are with the NFL. So, yeah, really, really interesting how this has all come to unfold, and this being the final night. But certainly has been memorable, to say the very least. I'm looking forward to see what they go through as far as like all the stuff that we got over the years from the NBA on TNT, along with Inside the NBA and NBA Tip-Off, like everything that's had anything to do with the NBA and TNT. Just so many memories that, are all coming to an end tonight. And yeah, it's just bittersweet. But if nothing else, it's a pretty good send-off. A really strong performance by the Pacers as the Knicks get yet another 3 to bring it within 17. But it's too little too late at this point. But, and I just realized Siakam and I think Halliburton are still out there. But, of course, they got to enjoy the moment, get the crowd. I mean, Halliburton with a long 3, and, okay. I mean, damn. Damn. I mean, shit. Shit. Oh, wow. And the Knicks draw a meaningless foul, but wow. Wow. Tyrese Halliburton, likely Eastern Conference Finals MVP, and maybe a week or so away from becoming Finals MVP for all we know. I mean, this dude is something else, as you got some really sad Knicks fans in the crowd, but hey, it is what it is. They had their chances. They had their chances. But Indiana got it done tonight. Wow. 21.6 rebounds, 13 assists. And I want to say they said he had 5 steals, as the crowd really gives a good ovation for Toppin and Halliburton as they're leaving the floor. And Siakam as well. I see him heading to the bench. So both benches have been cleared, or emptied rather, as we got 47 and counting left. And they're just going to run this clock more than likely, probably take a shot, which it doesn't matter if it goes in or not, obviously, but congratulations to Tyrese Halliburton, Pascal Siakam, Miles Turner, and the rest of the Indiana Pacers. Rick Carlisle making a second trip to the finals in about a decade and a half, actually. Actually, no. I'm trying to think what that was, 2011, I think? The Mavericks won it? Yeah, it had to have been 2011, I think. Because 2010 was the last year the Lakers won with Kobe. But anyway, Landry Fields again with a meaningless 3 as we're ticking under 5 seconds. And the Indiana Pacers are your Eastern Conference champions. And we'll look forward to Thursday night, Game 1 in Oklahoma City with the Thunder. Wow. What a moment. What a moment. Second finals appearance in franchise history. Incredible stuff. And again, the second finals appearance in roughly a decade and a half for Rick Carlisle. I mean, who knew after the road he had taken after beating Miami in 6 all those years ago that this is where we would be at. I mean, this is incredible, as I think I saw Mustafa Ali in some kind of ad for the Game Show Network on Pluto TV. Which would be wild if that's the case, but anyway, wow. Yeah, Halliburton has got to be the series MVP, no question about it, as the Knicks and Pacers are dapping it up. GG's, great series. And, yeah, it's been something else. Yeah. As they're trying to get an interview with Tyrese Halliburton, and he's just dapping everybody up real quick. Yep, dapping everybody up. Now we're getting the interview. Wow. Yeah, so many things that worked out well for the Pacers that just came off of just intangibles that they went after, and that's just championship basketball in its purest form. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I mean, what a remarkable performance. Great effort by the Pacers. They deserve this. They absolutely deserve this. And I gotta say, I feel like they've got a really good shot against the Thunder here. To me, the Thunder should have significant size advantage with Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren. But they're prone to a lot of the mistakes that the Knicks were making. And think about it like this, too. The Knicks start 2 7-footers just like Oklahoma City. So if you think OKC isn't going to be prone to this, think again, because the Pacers are here and they're looking to be a problem. As we're about to have the final Inside the NBA ever, which I wonder how long they're going to actually go with this, because for one, AEW Collision is supposed to be following right after. I'm not going to live react to that, but I just wanted to point that out because that was advertised, even though I wasn't sure that was going to happen. But the Knicks was like, yeah, we going to come back to Indy here Saturday night, which they did. They just weren't able to make a whole lot happen in their favor. I mean, they were doing pretty good for a majority of the game, but down the stretch, the Pacers just started closing it out. And again, that's just championship basketball in its purest form. I don't know any other way to look at it at this point, and we're going to have a hell of a series between OKC and Indiana here. What's wild to me, and this was actually mentioned by Skimbo, the Madden champion, who actually lives in Oklahoma City, and he was saying that if it's Pacers and Thunder, which we're about to get, the ratings aren't going to be very high, yet the basketball is going to be amazing. And I'd like for the former to actually work out to where the ratings are good, but neither of these are very big market teams. I mean, Indiana being a bit bigger of a market, but it's not like we're talking about Boston or Chicago or New York, of course. And hell, even Miami, for that matter, would probably even be a bigger draw than that. But all the same, you know, you have to figure just on the quality of what we're going to get basketball-wise alone, you got to get some pretty significant ratings here. But I don't know. Anyway, let me actually real quick need to change a couple of things with this here. Let's see. Can I change that from here? Wait, no description. I'm pretty sure I put it as... Oh no, that was just the title of the stream. I guess I can do that later, but whatever. Nonetheless, yeah. Looks like we're about to get a hell of a series here. But let me see. Will I be able to edit this live? All right. All right. Let's take care of that. Back over here we go. I said back over here we go. And I guess we'll just do this Oops. Or I don't know what I just did there. And yeah, there we go. And yeah, no, I know. Thank you. So yeah, we are about to enjoy this last Inside the NBA on TNT here. I gotta say, this is again a little bit bittersweet for me. But yeah. Wow. And now we got the trophy presentation going down here. Okay. Wow. Now we got Ernie Johnson. They did beat the Knicks in 6 that year to go to the finals. I forgot that. Wow. I didn't realize that. That is so true. And Reggie helping with the trophy presentation on his last night with Turner. How fitting. How fucking fitting. You gotta love this. I mean, he was on that last team that went, so yeah, it's nothing but appropriate. Wow. Love this. Love this. Wow. Hell yeah. Alright. Go ahead, Indy. Go ahead, Indy. Not mad at y'all. Not mad at y'all at all. It might actually be your year. Uh-oh, and Rick Carlisle trying to steal the microphone from Ernie Johnson here. Wow. In 49 states, it's just basketball, but this is Indiana. I mean, hey. Indiana has definitely laid some foundation when it comes to basketball. I mean, with the Hoosiers and everything, so I'm not going to deny that. Wow. Man, yeah. They did actually go 6 games with the Knicks last year, but the notion that they actually beat the Knicks in 6 the last time they went to the finals is so wild. It's so wild. And then you again have Reggie with the presentation of the trophy. Oh, man. Again, memorable stuff. Memorable stuff right now. Two dumb Netflix traders. Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess Rick Carlisle ended up getting a mic anyway. Oh, wow. He's putting over TNT. Good on you, Coach Carlisle. Love it. Wow. Way to go, Coach Carlisle. Way to put over Turner on the last night. You gotta love that. I guess he was going for the mic for a reason, and it was a damn good one. You gotta love that. The Larry Bird Trophy. Oh, wow. Pascal. That makes sense, too. That actually makes sense, too. Wow. Yeah, I mean, he definitely has put on a performance this series, so. But I felt like it was Halliburton a lot of the way, but alright. No, Pascal definitely deserves it too. Hmm. Okay, I didn't notice that either, that he was good in the even number games. He sure was tonight. Now he puts over the pace, the Indy fans, of course. Let me see. Bear with me a bit. You may see a little something. I'm trying to figure some stuff out here. Thomas Bryant, man. Yeah, he had a hell of a game tonight. I mean, definitely came through for the Pacers as needed and was huge. They probably don't win without him either. I'm trying to figure out a thing with this camera if I can make what I see in here smaller, but I guess not. Yeah, he definitely put on a hell of a performance tonight. And again, between him and Thomas Bryant, the Pacers probably don't win. Alright. Just trying to see if I can make adjustments with my camera. I don't think. Oh, no. Oh, well. Not too worried about it as they're interviewing Miles Turner now. And yeah, he has been with Indy his entire 10-year career. And you can hear the emotion in his voice. Wow. Third of his life. Yeah, that's incredible. And that's not something you see often. I mean, he's definitely a star level player, a lot like Siakam. Actually, been an all star a few different times. Wow, good for him on that. That's really all I know to say. Pairing him with Halliburton and Siakam, I mean, they got a hell of a thing going right now, and the rest of that team is pretty damn good. I mean, I'll say it again. I have a tough time seeing a scenario where the Pacers don't have an incredibly great shot at winning this. As they got Ali LaForce at the desk with the commentary crew now. Reggie's back there with him after the trophy presentation. Man, wow. We're not going to get Ali a headset, though? What's going on? Surely there's got to be another headset. I mean, I guess she probably hears what they're saying. I think she does have an earpiece, but still. Make it look right, so give her a headset. Shit. Whatever. Man. It clearly does mean an awful lot to Indiana for this, and wow. If they're able to win it, how incredible is this? "36 years, wow." wonder where these people will end up. I think Kevin Harlan will be interesting. Wow. Yeah, he did. Stan Van Gundy. What does he do next here? Does he join the NBC crew? Does he go to ESPN like the Inside crew? But wow. Yeah, it's crazy that this is actually the final broadcast. Man. And shout out to Marv Albert wherever you are. I mean, crazy thing about this, Marv Albert was the longtime voice of the NBA on NBC. There was a spell where he wasn't a part of it because of some things that he'd gotten in trouble with, and of course we didn't hear as much from him, but he ended up joining Turner sometime late in the 90s, but would also end up being back with NBC as well, which is really remarkable. But either way, of course, the latter part of his career was with Turner, retired sometime over the last few years or within the last couple, I'm not sure, but for a long time was the voice, transferred over to Kevin Harlan, who's got this last call. Man, wow. Incredible stuff to see, and it's all coming to an end tonight. And again, it's sad, very bittersweet for me personally. It's been huge for me because, again, I was a huge fan of, I've been a huge fan of NBA basketball pretty much for as long as I can remember. As we got a shot of Chuck Daly, the late great Chuck Daly, may he rest in peace. Wow, late great Craig Saber. Wow. The Miller siblings, Cheryl and Reggie, incredible. The late great John Thompson. Wow. Danny Ainge, who's now in the front office of Utah. Steve Kerr, obviously the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Wow. Look at all these pictures they're going through, man. That's incredible. As, of course, now they're handing it over to the Inside crew. But, man. Wow. Candace Parker. Brian Anderson, who's going to be a part of Turner. I guess he's covering the Roland Garros for tennis. Don't really watch a lot of tennis, but if you're a huge fan of that, you'll hear a lot of them there. The Iron Eagle, Grant Hill. Man, wow. Jim Jackson. Wow. Don't see and hear a lot of that guy as much anymore. Grant Hill. And then, of course, late great Craig Sager interviewing the late great Kobe Bryant. Wow. Holy fuck, these memories. Wow. How surreal, man. Thank you, Kevin Harlan. Thank you, Turner. As we go to the inside the NBA crew, yeah, wow. "36 years, man." Which is crazy because I've been around for more than all of them. I mean, wow. Oddly enough, I hate admitting this, especially on stream, but I'll be 46 coming up. Man. It's crazy to think. 10 years of my life, we didn't have NBA on TNT, and now we're about to be back to that once and for all. Maybe it comes back at some point down the road. I'm not sure if I'll be around for that, but who knows? As they promo AEW Collision coming up right after this final episode of Inside the NBA. Boy, it's crazy to think about that. I'm going to stay live for that, though, of course, obviously. But I'm going to go ahead, step away for a little bit again here, and I'll be back in a bit. Oh, man. This is surreal as hell, man. But, yeah, I'll be right back. course I'd get back and they're already doing the fucking highlights. I got with this shit. Anyway, nonetheless, yeah. Now they're showing everything in the fourth quarter, which it was getting to be over at that point, as I was saying then, so not much more you can add to that, but either way, man, if they could have just avoided the turnovers and missed free throws, I mean, those breakaway baskets that they were getting after Nick baskets, I mean, I don't know. You want to cut those down too, but at the same time, I guess there's so much you can do about that. I don't know, but either way. Yep, thank you NBA on TNT, man. God. It's just so weird that this is a thing now. Man. Yeah, it was real cool seeing Reggie do the trophy presentation. I got to agree with Shaq on that one, regardless of whose idea it was, but all the same. Wow. And they wildin' right now. Oh, here's Tibbs. Oh, man. I gotta admit, when it got to the point to where I thought the Knicks were gonna get swept, I was really of the mindset that Tibbs here was gonna get fired. I'm still not sure that isn't going to be the case because he could very easily still get fired. So, yeah. Man, but I don't know. Off season's going to be really, really interesting, and then we just start getting ready for NFL football here in the next month and a half. Well, a couple months, really, but, you know, I mean, even if it is just preseason, it's still NFL football, and of course we'll have college along the way. Looking forward to College Football 26. Definitely got my pre-order on that. Look forward to those live streams as well. Matter of fact, just as a heads up, I may actually be live tomorrow. I don't know when, but it'll probably be sometime early during the day tomorrow. I'll be live and probably be on Madden and/or College. I'm not real sure yet. Gonna actually mess around with a bit off stream and see what we do, and you'll see me again tomorrow. Possibility for a Monday stream, not 100% sure on that as of yet, but thinking about that as we speak. Outside of that, probably won't go live again until about Thursday at the earliest, I'm thinking right now. And largely because I'm looking to take care of business, or maybe even spend some time with some people I haven't spent time with in a while. But yeah, just not looking to do a whole lot streaming-wise Tuesday or Wednesday. Probably not Monday either, but we'll see. That one's a little more 50-50, but we'll see how tomorrow goes and go from there on that. But nonetheless, yeah. Bench points 93, points off turnovers plus 79, fast break points 58. Like, golly, you just have those numbers in your favor to that extent. You better fucking win. Shit. And the Knicks just committed so many turnovers, but at the same time, the Pacers were really aggressive defensively. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how people are saying this is a bad defensive team. I can't see that when you do the things that they were doing tonight. And people are going to underestimate them against the Thunder. They're going to have some surprises for OKC. I'm here to tell you that right now. I mean, there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But all the same, you know, it's going to be really interesting series between the Pacers and Thunder coming up here starting on Thursday. But, man. Yeah, that's definitely it. Knicks will be thinking about tonight throughout the entirety of the summer and a portion of the fall, too. So, yeah, Shaq's actually spot on about that. I mean, I think back to the year that the Warriors won 74 only to lose to the Cavs in 7. You know that shit had to have been sticking with those fools, man. I mean, again, 73 wins, but you lose in 7 to a team that you just about handled the year before, regardless of the injuries. I mean, shit. And now you got this situation for the Knicks where, again, there were so many fucking opportunities for them not only to get within striking distance, but to ultimately take the lead, probably even fuck around and win the game, force a game 7. We're back Monday night. But now we're getting this final Turner broadcast in, and again, I just can't say enough how surreal this is for me. And man, it's going to be interesting to see what basketball is going to be like moving forward. And yeah, that's about all I know to say about that. But man, what a run Turner had. Everything moving forward is going to be really interesting to see. I'm actually looking forward to it. Yeah. Oh boy. Of course you got to get through all these commercials. I would have liked the thought Turner would have considered making the final broadcast of Inside the NBA commercial free, but I guess that just ain't the case here. I mean, it would be cool, especially because you could have a montage of just the history of the NBA on Turner, but I mean, I guess maybe not so much. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But surely we're going to get a lot of stuff from over the years, and that's probably where I'll really get talkative about it. Like, yeah, I remember that. I definitely remember that. Yeah, so definitely you'll hear that from me here in a bit. But yeah, since we got Collision coming up here in a little bit, I do want to talk some more on the wrestling front. Um, yeah, I think I was going to talk a little bit more about Ricky Saints going up to the main roster, Monday Night Raw specifically. I mean, this is just something else to think that it hasn't even been a couple of months. And it's wild for me because I remember when Ethan Page first showed up after being signed to the company, and you know, it's just wild to me because at the time I was saying, and I said this in quite a few of my videos, you can go back, check it out, and it's there, but man, I didn't realize I was off center as I was. There we go, now we're good. But yeah, there we go, and I'm a little bit closer now, so that works a little bit better as well. But yeah, it was real crazy to me because at that time I had said that as we're back now, you know, I was of the mindset that Ethan Page was going to be on Raw specifically by about November, December, and boy, have I been wrong about that. But what I didn't think about at the time was really and truly, the unfortunate aspect of that is that there's no way that would have worked because the main event scene in NXT is rather thin. And that's what's really wild to me about this with Ricky Saints being called up, because to me, even though he was a North American champion, it's not like it would have been all that long before they would have put the actual NXT championship on him. Probably would have had him been the one to take it off of Oba for all we know. But now we'll never know, as he just dropped said North American title to the aforementioned Ethan Page, and I guess we're going to see him on Raw this week, which is going to be pretty interesting. Or maybe next week, I don't know. I mean, I'm not really sure what the exact plans are, but yeah, found out about that today. Shout out to the people at True Heel Heat. I mean, I'm thinking about it really carefully. And again, I know I haven't been as on top of the news as I usually am. You see me on videos up to about a month or so ago to where, you know, I was on it and I was giving my actual reactions to that. We're going back to that, don't get me wrong. And I'm going to try to make daily uploads this week, but yeah, getting right to the point, though, it's just really wild for me to think, you know, they kept Ethan Page on NXT as long as they have, basically to continue to have depth with the main event scene. But you bring in a big-time player like Ricky Saints, and now you've already got him going to Raw? I mean, that's just wild, but hey. And along with that note, you know, they actually talked about this a lot on True Heel Heat. I'm going to be perfectly honest about one thing here, and I'm actually going to speak about this in an upcoming video here as well. I just want to take this out because I'm just trying to think about this carefully. I don't think that WWE is going to see any real long-term benefit from the things that they're doing to fuck with AEW the way that they have been. Pretty much in this calendar year alone. I mean, it's not necessarily something they did a lot of in the past, but there were things that they would do, like run events head-to-head with AEW here and there. But this year it's been almost rampant with that shit. And I get it. They're trying to make the point, we are the company in this motherfucking industry right now, and you ain't gonna really do shit to change that, or at least not anytime right away. But thing about it is, like, they don't need to do that. And it was perfectly worded by SP3 on said True Heel Heat broadcast, you know. WWE, like, let's look at this as a game of Mario Kart, right? WWE is literally 50 laps ahead of AEW. And yet they're still throwing banana peels all over the fucking race course on these motherfuckers. Why? For what? Like, you're gonna wind up doing more favors for them. And to make matters worse, it's bad enough you try to run head-to-head against them for Double or Nothing weekend, and you only put NXT Battleground, which is a point made by Chrissy Love. You use NXT to go against it. Not your main shows, not your main roster PLEs, NXT PLEs, specifically Battleground. You're going to be doing the same thing again in July when you have Saturday night's main event, and I believe it's Great American Bash. I forget what that... Oh, no, it's not Money in the Bank. Maybe it is just Saturday night's main event that weekend. Yeah, it's Saturday night's main event, which I believe they said that all that weekend is gonna be Atlanta. I'm imagining they're gonna be doing SmackDown, Saturday night's main event, and of course Battleground along with Monday Night Raw, all in Atlanta those 4 days, the same way they had that shit out in, oh fuck, where were they just now? I don't know, but either way, you got that. And right before that, in fact, this upcoming weekend, a week from tonight actually, we're actually going to have Worlds Collide and Money in the Bank. And I think NXT is going to have a show that following Sunday as well, if I recall correctly. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm thinking there's something going on then. Maybe not, but definitely Worlds Collide and Money in the Bank for sure. That's not going against AEW as far as I know, but the shows they have after that will, in terms of PLEs and events and/or events. But yeah, it's not really as effective for WWE as they're thinking, because one, putting Battleground against Double or Nothing, like Double or Nothing will blow. It actually should blow Battleground out of the water. However, the fact that you've got, you know, PLEs on Peacock, that does help WWE significantly. But the thing is, Double or Nothing did something like 125 to 130,000 in pay-per-view buys. That's not too shabby at all from a business perspective. From a business perspective. Easy for me to say, I know. But how is it that you're going to sit here, look me in my motherfucking face, and tell me this is actually something that is really and truly working in WWE's favor? I mean, I don't know that anything about it is really helping AEW per se, but it can't really be working out as well for WWE as they seem to believe. But they're going to continue with all this throughout the year, it seems. Not only with July, but of course, it was announced not all that long ago that AEW will be doing a 7-week residency at the 2300, which of course was known for ECW, and of course, I think WWE and no, actually AEW hasn't done a show at 2300 yet that I remember. They were at the Hammerstein Ballroom, however, that same week. That I'm pretty sure it was the same week that NXT had their show at the 2300. But either way, they're running NXT again at the 2300, literally a week before AEW starts their 7-week residency at the aforementioned 2300. I mean, hey, whatever to that. Here's my thing to that. As I'm going to start turning more of my attention to this broadcast as they're interviewing Halliburton and Siakam here at the desk, but again, I don't see where this really does anything for you if you're WWE, other than you're just sticking it to AEW, but I don't think this is going to wind up working out for them the way that it does. All In is going to be incredible. Double or Nothing was fucking fire. I don't know that it was necessarily the best of the Double or Nothings we've gotten over the last 5 or 6 years that it's been. Actually, it's 6 years now. So, having said that, as Halliburton shows off the trophy as him and Siakam leave the set now, I guess that interview's over. But it's just wild to think that that's something that they think is working in their favor I guess their interview's not done yet. But anyway, it's just wild to think that that will work in their favor to any degree. I just don't see that it does long term, and I think this thing with the 2300 is where it backfires on them. But that's just me. Okay, now they're actually leaving the set, but either way, yeah. Pretty interesting stuff there. Of course, getting the pop from the fans as Halliburton lifts up the trophy and they're just going to commercial. So I guess I'll keep yapping for the moment. Yeah, I honestly do feel like, and I don't think I'm going out on a limb here with that. I really feel like 2300 is where that probably blows up in WWE's face. It's not going to hurt them to the point of where business is going to be bad for them or anything. They're still going to be doing pretty well. I mean, the numbers that have been revealed for WWE, especially throughout the year thus far, are just incredible. And I think, if nothing else, regardless of the silliness on their part, they've really got an incredible situation going right now. And the call-ups that they're making with the core, having just brought up Julia and Roxanne Perez, and also Jordan Grace, and now apparently Ricky Saints. Man, I gotta say, this is actually going to be some pretty good shit that we're going to be getting from WWE here in coming months. So again, them doing this is really unnecessary, and I also got to say unwarranted. Now, to be fair, AEW did an awful lot of shit to bring it on themselves, but now they're starting to do the right thing and focusing on themselves, and I'm sure we'll get evidence of that as the broadcast comes to an end here and we go to Collision, which is we'll all be cutting the stream here, of course, but oh shit, I guess that's about to be it. We're already at Nito. Fuck. Well, here go the memories. And fishing. Of course we gotta have fishing. See, I kept that more off camera. I'm proud of myself there. Final fishing ever, or at least on Turner. Still unsullied by sponsorship. Wow. And there the Knicks. Got Walt Clyde Frazier. I'm not sure who that chick is. Adam Sandler. Fucking Chris Rock. Why am I... Ben Stiller. I don't know why I struggled. Is that the McEnroe brothers? Oh, it's just John. Who's the dude next to John? And of course you gotta have Spike up in there. Well, yeah. Pretty much any and everyone you could have with New York, except for perhaps Patrick Ewing, John Starks, Charles Oakley, who have been making appearances at MSG, but I guess not in this picture. Wait, Tracy Morgan? Where? Oh, that is Tracy Morgan. Okay, I didn't realize that was him in a spacesuit. Now we see the Turner crew, I'm thinking. Or is this someone else? Hold on, no, that's... Yeah, that's the TNT crew, or the Turner crew. Wow. Theorello. Yeah, man, wow. Jeez. Wow, man. And there goes the inside crew. Man, wow. This is it, y'all. This is the last Turner broadcast, man. Ah, jeez. Oh, man, wow. Yeah, this is incredibly surreal. I don't know what else to say other than that. I hope they have a show where they go through a history of Inside And man, wow. Hmm. Yeah. Shaq is definitely the youngest there, no doubt about that. Wow. Of course. I love you like an older brother, but if you say something, I'm gonna whoop your ass. But yeah. Wow. They didn't do that. They embarrassed him in 95. Well, maybe in a regular season games in 94, I could probably see that, but that's interesting. And I believe that's ESPN if I've heard right. Oh! Shaq! Oh, Shaq with an F-ball! We're not coming to fuck around, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, that's gotta be ESPN because obviously there's been a lot of shit between Charles Barkley and Stephen A. Smith, but I don't know. Wow. Man, Shaq getting in F bombs on the final broadcast. Let's fucking go. You gotta love it. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's true. Craig Sager and Kenny Smith did share an office together. And yeah, he also told the story that Craig Sager was the one to convince him to go into what he's doing now rather than coaching because he wanted to be a coach. Man, wow. Oh, Kenny! Kenny! Damn! Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god. Oh my god. Michael Jackson, that's funny. Wow. Dick Ebersol. And NBC's getting the NBA back, man. "25 years, wow." Because I think it started with Kenny and then eventually Chuck. Wow. That's crazy. Wow, man. Wow. 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 That's incredible. That's incredible. Oh. So he mentioned ESPN. Interesting. Oh my, wow. 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 Well said, Chuck. Damn, surprisingly no F-bomb from Chuck. Now we got Ernie closing it out. TNT chants throughout the Indiana crowd. Wow. Yeah. Oh man, wow. Unfortunately, and that saddens me too. Yeah, sadly. Wow. Oops. Wow. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Man. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me now. Wow. Ernie's trying not to tear up, but I don't blame him for it, man. Man. I'm honestly surprised I'm not tearing up for the things that I've teared up for. I'm a little surprised at myself that I'm not here. Well, Chuck already dropped it, but hey. So they'll still be in Atlanta doing that. That is interesting. Wow. I am too. Thank you, TNT. Great send off. Great send off. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Alright. I'm gonna cut that actually. So, yeah. Wow. Man. Wow. So, I guess trying to carry over from that, man. Well, there's so many thoughts going through my head with this right now. And I'm seeing this going off the air for the last time, man. And fittingly enough, this is going to go over 420. I'm actually low-key proud of that. But anyway, as collision's about to start here, I thought about doing a video here, but I think I'll hold off on this, and maybe I'll take some of this, make a short of it, or whatever. I don't know. I'll figure something out about it at a later point in time, re-upload it, and we'll see what happens. I'm probably even going to put it on TikTok and that sort of shit, see how that works. But it's really interesting right now to think all this time that actually here, let's do it this way. 420, and we're going to go ahead here record. All right, so yeah, of course, as well, I don't know where I'm struggling with this for. Let me stop right there. Okay. I'm gonna try this again. Of course, I'm gonna go ahead and do an impromptu video as we're in the stream here. So rock with me on this one here. What's going on, y'all? We're back. It's your boy A&J, and we're here. I normally don't do these. I'm actually live on both YouTube and Twitch, as as I'm doing this right now. So you're seeing me as I'm live, what I'm like when I'm live. Not too much different from when I'm doing videos, other than certain moments reacting to that. It's pretty interesting. A lot of stuff that we had happening tonight with this game 6 between the New York Knicks and the Indiana Pacers. It looked a lot like the Knicks were gonna find a way to pull it off and force a game 7, but we got too much of Tyrese Halliburton, Pascal Siakam, and others. I mean, they just put on a phenomenal performance. Miles Turner was incredible. Nembhard and Neesmith, with their combined efforts guarding Jalen Brunson, was definitely a sight to see, and it's going to be a great matchup coming up this Thursday with the NBA Finals. You got the obviously the Eastern Conference champions now, the Indiana Pacers, facing off with SGA, Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, and the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's going to be really, really fun to watch. Really interesting because, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, Skimbo actually mentioned, if you know, he's actually Madden champion. He actually mentioned during the course of his streams that, you know, if it turned out to be Indy and OKC, which we're going to be getting, it's going to be not very high TV ratings, yet the basketball is going to be great. And he's absolutely right about that. That's exactly what we're going to be getting, is some really outstanding basketball. I think this deserves as many eyes throughout the country as they can get. Hard to say whether it'll work out that way, but I guess we'll find out in the coming days. But really, for me, I want to talk about this being the final Turner broadcast of the NBA. I mean, this is actually really surreal for me right now, as I've been saying throughout the night. I didn't really ever imagine I would see a night like tonight, and I've been saying all night, it's really, really bittersweet for me for a variety of reasons. And if for no other reason, because I'd be lying if I said that that watching the NBA and TNT hasn't been a big part of my life, pretty much a huge part of my adult life. But hell, it even goes back to when I was a teenager, especially given how diehard I was for MJ and the Bulls. I mean, why wouldn't I have been on that? And a lot of fantastic broadcasts that took place back in the 90s as well, you know, and into the early 2000s, 2010s, and now this first half of the 2020s. And it all ends here tonight. It's definitely been something incredible, but if I take anything away from what we got over all these years, it's just the fact that really, it doesn't even matter who it is that is doing the broadcasting company-wise, whether it be Turner, ESPN, hell, even NBC, who's going to be picking it up along with Amazon. Like, it's really all about the people, you know. And I know I've said some things when it comes to people and humanity and my feelings about that, but these are the kind of things that I think about in terms of, regardless of any such things I have said in the past about humanity, these are things that restore my faith in it, you see. And the reason for that is because it's not even just about entertainment, but there are an awful lot of people out there putting in a fuck ton of hard work just to get the broadcast through to people like you and me, you know. And that's just something that you know, it's actually a privilege and certainly a luxury, to say the least. I guess if nothing else, to me, what I'll always remember. Not only, well, sadly, things like NBA All-Star Weekend, it just didn't really wind up being as good over recent years as it was in the past. But when I think about nights like back, I want to say it was in 2000 All-Star break, where Vince Carter won the dunk contest and absolutely, as they said at that time, brought the dunk contest back, which it seemed like at that time there were concerns about it then, as it wasn't as strong in a small window of time at that point, but it really came back and it really was good. But unfortunately, it did, along with everything about NBA All-Star Weekend, it started to tail off in recent years, which is really unfortunate. And shout out to my boy D Mamba. I gotta say that if nothing else, the last time any of that shit was great the way that it really truly was capable of being was the last year Kobe played. And that last All-Star game in LA, although it was more of a Clippers themed All-Star game, but still, you know, it was LA all the same, and it was definitely Kobe's night all the same. It's just crazy to think about, but yeah, now everything else is going to be between ABC, ESPN, NBC, and Amazon. So, going to be looking forward to seeing how that works out. And it's going to be really interesting to see Amazon covering the NBA the way that they've been covering the NFL. If it's going to be anything like the NFL, it's definitely bound to be good. So, those are positives you can look forward to on that. And again, if you remember the NBA on NBC, we're getting nothing but good shit here. Interestingly enough, the finals will remain with ESPN and ABC. That's probably going to be a permanent thing, but I could see NBC making a bid for that at some point. I guess we'll see in the coming years, but just watching that send-off from Ernie, Shaq, Kenny, and Chuck, again, I just don't know any other way to look at it other than as surreal. It's been an amazing run for Turner. Again, an awful lot of memories that I'll take from this, as I did mention a couple of them. And yeah, one other memory I could think of, MJ's last All-Star game. Definitely was a performance to be remembered, and just go back. I'm sure there's definitely plenty of YouTube footage. All you got to do is look it up. MJ's last All-Star appearance, and it'll speak for itself. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got for that. I just wanted to get this going because, yeah, last night of Turner, man. Or NBA on Turner. Crazy. But anyway, that's pretty much where I'm going to wrap it for now. Y'all know what it is. Like, share, subscribe down below. Let me know what y'all think. And yeah, pretty wild stuff. Rare impromptu nighttime video, and look forward to more throughout this upcoming week. Live stream tomorrow, twitch.tv/ANJ Network, and I'll probably be on here too for YouTube. Some gaming streaming going on tomorrow. Look forward to that. All right, cool shit. So, got that out of the way. Still live right now as Claudio's working on Commander here. Of course, we're going to be cutting the stream here. I'm not going to be live reacting Collision here. But, man, yeah, hell of a night. And I got to say, it's definitely something to be remembered. Wow. Yeah, but anyway, that's where I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you, Turner Sports. And